It's so loud. Or is it? Wow, new music! We have new music. Ooh, that's pretty interesting. I don't know if it's just me or this music feels even more intense somehow than the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. Maybe it's because I haven't really gotten used to it. But anyways, hi! Perhatian, sang putri merak yang tertiup angin. Aku Pavolia Reine dari hololiveID. Attention please, I'm Reine from hololiveID Generation 2 and welcome to Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. And we have finally come to this moment after so many episodes. We finally finished the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. And what's next? It's Apollo Justice time. So, in other words, the first trilogy was 1, 2, 3, and this one is 4, 5, 6. But the main character is, I guess, different. So he is Apollo Justice, I guess. Enough of what's right. It's time for justice. You are right. You can hit right trigger to hide the UI if you wish to look respectfully at the characters. Yum. By the way, I'm sorry. I'm just eating dinner right now. My dinner is dry cereal. So yeah, just hurried and eating dinner before we start the game. Bang, kapan mainnya bang? Anjir, baru aja mulai streamnya, sabar bro. But I know you guys are so excited that you are already saying, even though I'm eating, you guys are like, when are we starting? So I guess we're starting now. Game selection and museum. Why does it say and museum? Oh my god, what? Yo, what the? Yo, can I see that again? Yo, that's so cool! What the hell? Oh my god, that's so cool! What the heck? What? Yo, this is fancy! Ew, look at that! Oh. You know what? I'm gonna pretend I'm not seeing anything at the center of the screen. But look at the top right. It says, there's the BGM. Apollo Justice, a new era begins. Damn, I should change the stream title to that, because that's cooler. A new era begins. Yeah, that's so awesome. Damn. Alright. It's on context, yeah, of course. So it's totally fine. Damn, that's so cool though. This is so much more. Even the game selection screen looks so much like, I mean, obviously, yeah, more polished than the first trilogy. New game episodes. Oh, we can actually select episodes if we wish to. So it's a little bit more free. Oh, oh. Well, this one's a little bit, yeah. Costumes? Nice. What? Yeah, and then this is, oh, SP, special episodes. That's awesome. Oh, let's go! I love this. Oh, this is actually Phoenix, right? Yes, I love this one. I love this one. In this game, he basically visited a Reine, and there's this girl that basically the mechanics is like it's like a seance thing. And I like the mechanics of this one as well. It's I think it's called Moon Matrix. But I don't know the gimmick of this one. I think it's just him with his abilities. He has a little bracelet thing that can do stuff. Yeah, so basically how much do I know about the Apollo Justice? I know about this, you know, the gimmicks and the everything. But I don't think I know anything else. This game is old, which pretty much inevitably I would know some of these characters. We see somebody familiar here, especially the someone at the back. But other than that, gameplay-wise, aside from some gimmicks, like what was happening, I have no idea. So this is definitely a lot of unknown territory for me. Yeah. His bracelet is similar to Magatama, but different effect. Well, I guess we could discuss it here, but I guess it would be best if we just see it for ourselves, right? So let's get started. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. That's what it's called. Oh, it just starts? It just starts? Yo, he's a painter. What does he paint? What is he painting? Yo, this cutscene is pretty sick. This is definitely a huge step up from 1 through 3. It's showdown time. Cards? Cards? Yo, was it like this in the original? You lose. Sheesh! Oh! Oh my god. Oh. Eek! Oh my. Ooh, what? Yo, that's cool AF. Is this us? With Reg. I seem to be in a bit of trouble, something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Aight. Yo, that painting. Oh my god, wait. Yo, look at the core record has a drop shadow. You know the legends? The character legends? It's okay, it's Xbox, but look, it has a drop shadow. That's crazy. Yo, this is so advanced. It's a little bit jarring because the dialogue, the text box font is totally different. But yeah. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Oh, good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. I feel like the music is also kind of softer on the ears. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I don't know if they remastered the audio, but I'm assuming they did because this sounds so nice to the ears. I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Course of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Oh, alright. Drift gone, sir! I'm all over that drift! As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. Awesome! We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. Actually, there's autoplay in here. That's awesome. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of a murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Nah. Nah. Whoa. Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. Naruhobo. First trial? Nervous. Meeting him? Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So, you're... Fine! I'm fine! Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I do remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why... You'll see. I like the sprites. They're 2D, but they're so much more refined, I think, than 1, 2, 3. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir! Yeah, the backgrounds are improved as well. Yep. Okay. I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice. Oh my god! It's pain! The court is now in session. Oh my god! Look! The judge! The judge is blinking! The judge is blinking? He looks so HD! You can see his nostrils! Oh my gosh! That's crazy! Oh my god. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is fine. Ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Oh my gosh, look at that face. That's so awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. The details. Oh, that's crazy. That's awesome. Your name was, Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine. Really. Oh, this is so nice. I'm sorry, I'm just like super... Wow! That's so amazing! Oh my god, real HD. Drawings redrawn. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course, he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright? Man, is this a glow up or a glow down? What do you think? Let's put the past behind us, shall we? Go sideways. So down is it's depressing. He's a man failure in the best sense. He looks more manly, so I see the upness. Depends on your taste. Glow up, got Chad Daddy energy. Big oof. Glow upside down. It's glowed down so bad it's back to being up again. He needs better clothes. I like the stubble though. Okay. Mixed review, I see. Mixed review in this chat. You know, it's kind of like Steam reviews, you know? These days I'm merely Phoenix Wright, a piano player. Oh, okay. Mr. Wright. How could this have happened? Oh, look, there's an autosave icon there. I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. He got that riz though, look at his eyebrows. Or maybe he's just jaded. Same thing. Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, at the BBC, guys, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was? The pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright. A pianist? How do you pronounce pianist? Like what emphasis? Is it pianist? I don't know. Like emphasis on P, right? Pianist. Pianist? Alright. This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice. Not wine, but grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. That's fancy! Look at that interface! Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right. I've heard of that. Use RB to look at the evidence so far, yeah? Death caused by... is there... Sorry, text skip... Wait time... Is there like make text larger or something? Use RB to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow? Cool. We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. What? What's with the slander? At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. Oh, poker? As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of... What? Bro, what? That's a crime in and of itself. Look at that, we got history. Awesome. The feature we've been waiting for. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. You mean he's based?
Objection!
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. That sound. So soft to the headphones. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. Can I autoplay? What's autoplay? The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game, and our customers are happy. A pianist who can play piano? Better than the defense attorney who can't defend. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? Wait, autoplay's kind of based. Hold on. No thanks. No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered. I think you'd better do more than think. You know it, or you do not. I'm fine. The courts of steel are ready for battle. My weapons, press and present. Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Oh my gosh, this is such a good quality of life improvement. The competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Okay. My real job is to take on interested customers, blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Oops, sorry. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the BBC? They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all. Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What? I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. Damn! What? You see why the customers come now? They try to defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? Yeah, he's really good at winning. As I said, I'm a professional. It was like that with his attorney career. Is that even possible? Hold on. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The BBC used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like, oh, the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Oh, and by the way, when I boot up this game, they give you, when you boot up this game, they give you a disclaimer. There's, you know, the first is the typical, and the second is it's kind of like some of the elements, some of the features, or some of the story dialogues or whatever in this game are left as is, you know, with the goal of preserving the original material or something like that. So they did that kind of disclaimer. So, I'm guessing there may be some stuff that are like, huh, what? But it's kind of like, okay, maybe they're preserving the OG experience, you know? Yes. Maybe like for stuff that didn't age well, or maybe like stuff, yeah, probably stuff like that. Yeah. I feel like whenever they do remasters, yeah, there's two ways. They can alter stuff or they can preserve stuff. I think it's also nice, you know, the direction of preserving things. And, you know, when they do the disclaimer, people can't be like, oh my god, I can't believe they didn't change it, blah 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 blah. But then if they do a disclaimer, it's gonna be like, well, it's the goal is to preserve, you know, something like that. Yes. Anyways, the bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. Yes, we play poker. 2 decks of cards. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. Naruhodo ne. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red and the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. Have you ever played poker? I'm more of a blackjack kind of person. Cause it's easy. This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime? And now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Damn, he knows his law! Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. But where is it? I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Is this sir? Right, there's something I would like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Man, 2 people bullying him in court. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I got myself a whole new testimony. I played silence regarding the murders, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Can we prove that's wrong? Yes, we can.
Objection!
Ooh! Ooh! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle? Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Man, this is, the sounds are so soft on the ears, I might make them louder a little bit. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see? And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Aw, I like that one. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears. And our case. Yup. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway. What's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Wait, time to drink my medicine after my meal. Well, that's true. The prints alone don't... Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Well, maybe he was playing baseball. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can be only one reason for that. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle. Ooh. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh, I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Really? Yes. Well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Self-report. Yeah, he's self-reporting. Near the scene. Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level, B2. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see, and this is the phone that made the call. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Who's this? Hold on, give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. Oh gosh, I need to stretch. Oh, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's get cooking. But I'll be right back first. Hold on. I am back. She could have left us with a new cutie, but she left us with pain instead. Yeah. Anyways, witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Sorry, I was washing my face. Because I'm eepy. Where's the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against her is a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure, it is okay. Now, the prosecution... Well, wait a minute! But the prosecution care to explain the witnesses. Paraphernalia? What's that mean? Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be? My name is Olga Orally. I am employed as waitress in BBC restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said, other service. I take it one of these other services is taking the customers' pictures? Da. Like, for example, this one. That's the defendant? Wait, she Russian? Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Borscht is a Russian dish. Well, who knows? It's like the French restaurant last time. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It's the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Right, the defendant and Mr. Smith at the BBC. Now witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. It's room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga O'Reilly. Our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... very well, witness. You will testify to the court about the night's events. You want me to change up the accent so it's more distinct? That night, a customer asked me to deal cards for a game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his back. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice. Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. That hair flip is crazy. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. And we're gonna be like, I don't understand poker, and we're gonna basically point out at the cards, but that's wrong, he won, or some crap like that. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. The right one looked stronger. Chips, you say? Duh, I mean yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Ooh, that little bit of, that peeking animation. That fateful night. Customer asked me to deal cards, yeah. You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht cards, more borscht. It is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to BBC, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. It's already April. How could it be cold? At BBC, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way I'm going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, duh. As a victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, duh. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course, I knew that! Huh? It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket! It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So, what happened next? Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened. Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. That man flew at the victim and is strangling him. But the defendant would never do such a thing! Well, now I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost game. Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people. If the Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly.
Objection!
Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Oh, now look, it's divided by 5. The normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Did she? Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Oh. A marking on the forehead. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit. Okay. What about... But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim his neck. Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well, it seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Gee. Is it this one? Let's press first. Borscht card supa, yo, let's go. Thank you for the akaspa. You didn't say anything about hitting before. Sorry, I must be forgetting this, duh. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind. And chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So we strangled him and hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Yep, okay.
Objection!
Oh, it's not this one. Then, it's the other one. It's the other one. They aren't, are they? See, I thought so. I thought it was this one. The other one, I mean.
Objection!
You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, Then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Isn't it what Phoenix Wright is wearing right now? Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Exactly! Wouldn't that explain it? Ah. Hmm? The defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket. With a photograph inside. A photo? Of my daughter. Your daughter? You gave birth? Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket, too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coinkydink? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly. She's like, Miss O'Reilly, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 point in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and what? Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said that he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong.
Hold it!
Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be 7,000 points. I was doubting myself for a second. 6? What? Please, this isn't a calculus. It's not even long division. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Of course, press harder. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 large and 5 small. 10 large and 5 small. 6 small? Huh? naruhodo. Yeah, 6 small. Okay. 6 small and 10 large. Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not a chip of the old block. Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yeah. As I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chip. 100 points chip and 10 and 1000 points chip. Let's play some calculating games. 1, 2, 3, 4. If there's 10, 1006 different. If it's 7,000, that the amounts wouldn't match. But 1, 6, 6,000, 6,000, 7,000. Oh, yeah. So it's 6,000 of the red ones and 1,000 of the small ones, adding up to 7,000. So Wright is actually winning. It just so happens that the last one, he lost or whatever. Yeah. It is not money, da. Justice? Sir, don't you find our comment, or maybe someone swapped the card, could be. Don't you find our comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Yeah, I want. I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind.
Hold it!
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what we want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick! The 2 types of chips. Huh? The small ones are 100 and the big ones... Ooh, right, of course. No, it's not, actually. Huh! Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Great, Mr. Gavin made me stubborn and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Come on, try it. We are not in kindergarten after all. Calculation? We can contradict this. But, let's keep pressing everything. I know where this is going, but, let's see how the game wants us to play it. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? It must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take another picture of him. I would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of the table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? One-sided and... One-sided to who? For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose.
Hold it!
Last hand. It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. It is truly an excellent hand, however, so is the victim's. One with highest number wins, so defendant loses. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once cards laid down on the table, it happened. The moment loss was decided, the defendant grabs bottle from table and what? And what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble, duh. I did not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe, I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What such thing? The defendant had been hitting the victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moments of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice.
Objection!
You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, if you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh! Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Why are they all asking me? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly. Justice? Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. What? Sorry. I'm like really sleepy, so yeah, both were right. It's just we misunderstood which one's which. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. But what? Wanna know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness. Utter madness. Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why? That does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. What? Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2 900 points, and Wright has 4 100. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning! Eeeeee! Now, Miss Aurelie, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? Whoops! Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we... Who is it? What is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but... Actually, you see, See what, Miss Orley? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat! A cheat? You don't mean... a trick? Wait, or do you mean... a scam? They're all the same thing! Yes, there was cheat in the last hand. That is why a game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. Further interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The final hand. The last hand. Both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Miss Aurelie, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker. You can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice? You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, cheat is more obvious. っていうこと?
Hold it!
Just how hard is it to make a full house anyways? It is quite hard. Duh. It is making a pair and a 3 of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3. Very difficult, but it's not impossible. Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. 4 of each card, you say? There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from the number of seasons. What? Huh, you don't say. And did you know that the cards are numbered 1 to 13? Add all the cards in a deck and you get a 3, 6, 4 a year. Huh, you don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards. Huh? You don't say. We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this.
Hold it!
How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played the 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's too. Obviously cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say, a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. Let's check. Huh? No?
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Yo, what's with the math, man? Of all cases to start when I'm super eepy. Look, okay? This piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. Oh my god. If she's not mistaken, does that mean she's Miss Single? That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice? Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? Yeah, ini.
Take that!
Why, it's here, of course. It's where? Where's the... Di mana? Yang mana? Which one? This? Which? Oh, the victim's hand? okay, okay.
Take that!
Miss Orally, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand... Okay. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Objection!
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Dang! I'm like looking at the lines. Ooh, that gradation in his eyebrows. That's crazy. Two aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please! It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. Ooh. Mr. Payne. Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. What if the victim was the one who was cheating? Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? The victim's hand, I would say. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice. Ooh. Only one of the cards has a blue back. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so... not red, you know? I forgot. Don't they use like, Anyways, yeah. Yes, sir! Oh, come on! When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using to turn it. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. What? Your Honor, look at this! One of the victim's cards! The back is a different color! Eh? That's impossible! But I put that card in Wright's hand! Ah! What was that, Miss Orally? No, I merely said I have... Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say? The dealer. Oh! Wait, so you mean... this witness, Miss Orally? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Wager or wager? Order! Order! Focus Justice, trying to take advantage of her... Oh! I mean, of her mistake. Your Honor. Please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible, but I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo, Miss Olga orally conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Ooh. Not only did she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean? The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga orally, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. What? Oh, I mean like... Oh, I am. I see. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga orally, of murder. Ah! Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga orally? It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means... this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it! I held out! I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Phoenix? Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous! Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If you use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You used different colors and they still got mixed up. You used the red deck for the last game. I see. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. I'm like not thinking right now. My brain does not have the capacity to think. Just a disclaimer. Which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck, but seemed to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? I think I'm just, to be quite honest, I'm running on barely any sleep. And I think it's like at night, so it's kind of like peak, you know, I'm at my limit kind of sort of thing. So, depending on how it goes at the end of the trial, if I feel like I can continue, I will, but if not, I feel like I will wrap it up. Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game? When was the card swapped? After the incident? Don't care. When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before, during, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? After the murder? I don't know. Probably after. Perhaps it happened after the murder? What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Objection!
Then it doesn't make sense. Like, don't they have the hands like that? If the color's suddenly different, he'd be like, ah. Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? I'm not sure. Well, there's a lot of possibilities, but I kind of refuse to think, so I'll just let the game play out. If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Oh, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? I mean, why would it... I mean, someone else? Wow, the... Like, definitely not her. I mean, why would Olga do that? Because I think we're done. Kind of meta reasoning. But... probably... I don't know. Wakannai na. And well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orly either. I trust her because she's cute and sweet. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. If cute, why guilty? Real. And if the card was swapped during the game, it would be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orly, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. And then his badge in his hat is just us like, oh! A new direction? We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. The number on the card. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? I believe this judge. The judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials. Ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for our brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. Right. Right. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that, I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice? Yes, sir! The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Hi, baby! I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. I gave birth last year. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did. What'd he do? It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. What, did you fabricate evidence? I never, honest, but... It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Wanna know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. It's poker. Yeah. Huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Yeah, it's all about bluffing! It's all about bluffing and bluffing and bluffing! And fabricating things sometimes, depending on what kind of person you are. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Huh? Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. Ooh, yeah, this is gonna be our gimmick, I'm pretty sure, right? You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts. Oh, that's when she lied, I think. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? I mean, I thought that was... no. Come on, who would notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. Mia? But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Oh, almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know. I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. Sheesh! What? What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. It's a different font. Awesome. Nice. Hey. Yes, continue. How you feeling? I'm good. I'm okay. As long as not much thinking is involved. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orly, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again? That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orly take the stand. Very well, the witness will take the stand. Ooh. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Not... Yo, wait! Wait! Yeah, what? Okay. Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orly. Oh. Oh, really? Wanna know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like "oh really." There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Let's drop the accent, because she admitted she's not Russian. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club, the BBC, several days prior to the night of the game, as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. But they got outplayed, yeah. Oh really, Orally? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orally. Oh really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad! When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? The judge doesn't care. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. The best laid traps, aka the BLT. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Ah, she lied! It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good, cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect! If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Real. Oh my god, okay. Let's hold this planet card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card, the 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. What was he eating? Look at that matryoshka at the back. So random. At the BBC, we served borscht. And suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand.
Hold it!
So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search.
Hold it!
The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card. The 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. He has that smug grin. We searched every nook and cranny, are you sure? Even inside his cute little hat. That's cute. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career. You should check inside his bra, like maybe, you know? Cause like some people, not me of course, but some people use their bra as wallet, you know? Never has quick fingers orally been so readily duped. Oh really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Oh, well... Ooh, what's that? Okay. What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Press harder. Miss Orley, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... me? This is a new, post. The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? She's not passing the vibe check. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Now I do. Touching her neck, was it? Sheesh! This looks low-key uncomfortable. What is this? Whoa, what's going on? The sensation. It's coming into focus. There. That twitch. What? What twitch? That's not a twitch. That's her scratching her neck, is it? It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Analyzing her pores. Oh, gotcha. I need to... Gotcha! Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. Ugh. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So, what will remind her most the moment of the crime? What? What is this question? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. This? The bottle? Maybe her back's just itchy. I don't know.
Take that!
Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about? So I think she didn't witness the crime, someone knocked her out. Or something. It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you! This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. Pretty awesome. The witness's habits? They're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. Payne has a point, he does really. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Huh? Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. I am knowing nothing. She's back. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please. Now. I love it. Fine. Ooh, damn! Music! He's the one who did it! I didn't let him out of my sight till the cops got there!
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Your eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. Hold on, what? What was the defendant like? He must have been stunned. No, he was the one who called. I believe you got all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? It's BS. I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that.
Take that!
Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Eh? And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club, the BBC, as you say. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. I followed. Ah! The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. It was the victim. JK, I don't know who it is. Shoo, shoo! Showdown time. Maybe we'll see the truth of what happened. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Arg! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to Wright, and he hit me. Bro, what? You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Bro, what? Then where's his prints? When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? Somebody wiped his prints and replaced it with Mr. Wright's? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in the league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with a bottle and I'm imagining all of this! That's a good one, though. It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. You know what? Honestly, Payne wasn't even being annoying. He's just trying his best in this case, but he keeps getting hacked over, you know? He wasn't even trying to be, you know, a jerk. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big, fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. Yeah, thank you for the gift. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. Ha! This theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist! Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo? Perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said? What? I totally don't remember. The 4th person who swapped the cards made 1 critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? Because they weren't in. The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. On it? Yeah, were we talking about that last time? Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can't figure out who it was? I don't think we're gonna, I don't think It's not me, I swear! Let's trust him. Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Well, if it's not Pain, then it's gonna be him. Wait, let's see their ages. He's 33, he's 32. I don't know how old he is. Oh, he's 61. 21. Ah. The victim, obviously. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin. You were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo's black and white. Yeah! You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, they weren't presented yet? It was well before this evidence came to light. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. Yeah, they were saying stuff about blue and I'm like, I don't care. A competition. Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Yeah, and then we just like assume, like, okay, all the cards are blue. I didn't care about that. And then we learned that, oh, we also use red cards? Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? Yeah, I guess I should have cared. No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph. You know, even I never take a joke this far. Oh, that means he ain't joking. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Yeah, how do you know? Huh? Yeah, Payne's the only one in the room that's like, huh? What's happening? There is a possibility after all. They may have met that night, before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Get your ass on the stand! Just kidding. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the... The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orally... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Yo, thank you for the supers. First super on a live stream? Awesome. Hey, imagine being the defendant and accusing your own attorney for committing the crime. I mean, technically Apollo is in charge. Okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's yeah? Hell yeah, this was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. At 2, Justice. You would betray me, your teacher? Bye, teacher. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. It's about the truth. Okay. Loyalty to the royalty. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Bye, teach. Get wrecked. Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. Who was at a table in his photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. Ow! The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Oh, so when he called the police, it wasn't even about, yo, there's a dead body. It was like, yo, there's a riot or something. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to the defense attorney, Gavin. Mr. Gavin? You were at the BBC the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. Apollo has to lose his mentor somehow. It's kind of like a rite of passage, you know. The rite of passage to be a successful attorney is to just somehow lose your mentor. Either be murdered or be a murderer, I guess. Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning all this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then. And now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir! He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Sheesh. Man, I feel kind of bad always covering the prosecutor's face during this sequence because it's really cool, and chat's gonna be covering our face. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the BBC quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So So, the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that... Okay. 5 minutes? So, the 2 of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Kristoff, Gavin, and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall? That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga orally mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and then the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quark? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed. Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. Oh, it's inside there? I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? Oh, is it in the room with us right now? The murder weapon? Yes. I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. It's empty. Look. This one is empty. Was it swapped? Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle.
Objection!
Huh? Well, I guess that's wrong. That's not it. It clearly contradicts the, I thought... you don't sound very sure. Objection overruled. Yeah? But this looks transparent! Grape juice? How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. Wonder how well it goes with borscht. The bottle is completely empty. Yep, it is completely empty. The bottle looks opaque. The bottle doesn't have a lid. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming. Oh, so you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least, when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable.
Hold it!
Yep, so we see a little bit of contradiction. The bottle has a lid, but in the photo, it didn't have a lid. So I'm not sure what's happening. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Self also get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was in the middle of the night after all. My first instinct earlier was that it was replaced, but we'll see what happens. Not a soul. It was in the middle of the night after all. So there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. He was dead, blood streamed from Kaga's forehead.
Hold it!
And when you returned, the victim was already dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. Oh, how many hours did I even sleep today? Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I remember, I couldn't sleep. Remember in the morning I said I couldn't sleep, so I read some fan fictions on AO3. And I'm pretty sure I was still awake at 4. So it was like, at most 3 hours of sleep, and then I had quite a long day with errands and stuff. Oh, I'm gonna go back. I think I'm gonna sleep after this trial. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in unseen like that. That's when I made another phone call to Gavin.
Hold it!
Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? This is like the first case. I think it's fitting because I'm empty brain like Apollo. I'd obviously got involved in a rather sticky affair at the BBC. And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Haha! Nice. Yeah, Apollo and I are on the same page. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Oh my god, this is me right now. He's like, argh. Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Okay, expose him now. The truth has to be in there somewhere. Okay, let's see. Five minutes. Been trapped during the game, disposed of the card in the bottle. Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Hold on. Wow, the battery is being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. Okay, there's nothing else. Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment to look at the, yeah, we checked everything. It's completely empty. Oh, anyways, can we re-present this?
Objection!
Yes. Sorry. Oh man, Ace Attorney. I couldn't present it before because I didn't establish that it is empty by clicking. I mean, I looked at it. The 3D model looks like it's empty. Get Ace Attorneyed. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. I mean, if you wanted me to examine it, at least make the 3D model more vague. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely, isn't all you have to say for yourself? I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps the 5th person came and took it out? Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. Oh, now he's getting petty. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, I think it's the 13th person. Please continue with the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him! It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO! He's so... Oh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client side anymore? Okay,
Hold it! Hold it!
Could you explain why you called in? Okay. We already presented the bottle, right? It's not there. I mean, there's also this one. Call from the police. Exactly, cell phones don't get a signal down. Not a soul, it was in the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. Oh, this is new? After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right. Oh wait, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Sat at the table in the photograph. This table, I would say? Yeah. Blood on the forehead, then where's the hat? So where's the hat? Yeah, bottle is open on the ship's photo. Yeah, I know, but... do we press the same statement? I still don't get it. Did it say cut? Oh. From a cut! I mean... But this is blunt trauma.
Objection!
No! No, that's not it! No, man. I would say that was a contradiction. I mean, this... maybe this is not a cut? Right, sorry. Yeah, sorry, just Apollo brained. I remember the hat off was when the police specifically removed the hat. The crime scene was he has that on. Sorry. I forgot about that. Just sleepy brained. Don't mind me. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice? Next time you point at an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Oh! You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. Tampering with the crime scene? After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene? So, Miss Orally didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon? It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Oh man, he's mad! He's mad! Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. Which bottle? And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. Oh! What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. What? Time to put on our phone voice.
Hello? Hello? Hold on. Hello? Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone canopy? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that? Pate. Bone china plate? Oh, he says plate, so it has to be paid. Kind of porcelain, they're very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but paint.
Sorry? I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. Sorry, what's it say? Again? I wasn't paying attention. Flawless bone china paint. I don't even... Okay, I see. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you... Yeah. Like, that means he's calling him bald? But... the victim was wearing a hat, and if he didn't know the victim, then why did he say that? He left the BBC? Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china paint? Bone apple tea. Oh, that's right. Yes. And that was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. Payne hasn't spoken in a while, yeah. Oh, Payne's just like me. For real, for real. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix, right? Oh, he's still there. Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor? I like his lime green jacket, though. Looks better than the previous one. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as the prosecutor, Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which, Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Damn, that's tough. Cross-examining your mentor on your first trial? Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. This is crazy. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Who's this? It's the baby! Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace! Where do I remember the card from? Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it! The 5th ace! That was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace! Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. The truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Or is it borscht? This blood-stained card. He says it's blood! Is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently. But where? In the locket! That's when I made the connection. Hello, baby. The baby sure grows up fast. Could this be the missing 5th ice? He's freaking alone, dude. Wait. Let's check this out. Is this blood? A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Well, he says it's blood, so it's gotta be true. And there's nothing else so far. It's just the blood. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Phew. Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this first necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Ooh, damn, that's a loud one. Oh! Yo! Now he's beside us! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off. Except for that one time, when he was dead? That one time? Being the instant he was hit! Oh... When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. I I like how in the, the zoom out picture of the court, you can see, the people are really small, but you can see Phoenix just grinning. I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. Yeah? What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Shh. The rage I sent to that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. What? So, you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Hold on. Yeah, there was that tiny window. Sheesh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice? Are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Yeah, what he said. Exactly. It's like, yup, sure. The rage I sensed in that man that night. That man? You mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then?
Hold it!
He peeked! The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through that trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far everything is saying makes sense.
Hold it!
How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. Sorry! I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ha! There he is. The coolest defense in the West, who we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Okay. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw, at least. They were back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, you said I saw no one. Not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Because there's a blotch and... Because there's blood or whatever that is. Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo? The card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? It's now or never. Maybe it has a paper cut? Maybe it's blood of the killer? Maybe he has a paper cut and then they can identify whose it is if they... The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. I don't know, it could be anything. I'm just throwing that out there. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice.
Take that!
My reason is, this! Is that an ace? Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade! What? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be? Well, according to the evidence law, you know, we can submit this because we can guarantee this is related to the crime. Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club, the BBC, as you say, that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade, after all.
Objection!
No, impossible, unacceptable! The court can accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for? for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. I don't know, we never really cared about breaking the law, like perjury and updated reports, evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene? And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see?
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless! In other words, it is not based.
Objection!
Ooh, that's loud. Sheesh, stealing our thunder. Oh, I assure you it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head. Ooh, 3D, flexing on that 3D. Whoa, yo, alright. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? What? The victims? The killers? The witnesses? The second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with a bloody card? I don't... What? It's quite simple. Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head, then the murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's head. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple. Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit. The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses, whose position doesn't fit with a bloody card. I would say, I mean, why is the card on the floor if it's in the victim's hand? I think that's what the game wants us to think. You know? Because if it's like at the back, it would mean the card was on the floor all the way at the back of the sofa. You know? If that blood is... If the victim was really like that. You get what I'm trying to say? The card has to be over here for that blood dripping to be formed. So I think it would be the victim. He's something.
Take that!
Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. See, like, hold on, see. So, the card dropped on the 5th ace, right? The 5th ace was supposed to be on the table, but according to this picture, he was leaning back over there. And the blood dropped to the back, so... How come the blood traveled to the table? That doesn't make sense. In order for that to be correct, if the victim was really like this, then the card would have been on the floor way elsewhere, you know? It just doesn't make sense. Yeah. I don't follow your logic here. Look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Yeah, that's what I was confused about that. Huh? Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Oh! Oh, he was facing that. He was facing the other way. And then he did this, and then and then blood dripped on the table, and then the swivel chair was repositioned. You see what my body's doing? Yeah. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. How to... Hi. The chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? ちょっと待って。Okay, sure. When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We now know that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was the killer? Because then the killer would have to be here if BRANG! The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is. I would think it would be quite hard, yeah. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Yeah, I know. Nothing makes sense at the moment. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, again? Where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. You know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Sorry, what? What did you say? Yes, okay. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? In the glass cabinet. The killer had to be standing, well, here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. thought I was onto something there too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. Well, what if somebody altered the crime scene? I don't know, man. What if he's a wall guy? I don't care. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Yeah, and I thought like, oh, maybe the victim's hiding in the cupboard, but that's why I checked this, you know? Because I think it's impossible for the victim to hide inside here. So that's why I checked the photo just really earlier. I thought it would be like a, you know, an Aozora kind of cabinet. Well, if he's not in the cupboard, then he must be the cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha! I mean, maybe. It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that must be the truth. Then that means that, at the very moment of the crime, he was there. Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. Yeah! Yeah, it wasn't there! Yeah, see? That's what I said. What's this now? The killer sat on the victim's lap. Excuse me, what? I was cooking! The whole time. I mean, not really the whole time, you know. Just, a few minutes ago. I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Oh, what is it? Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Sheesh. Even the judge says he belongs in the courtroom. I know he's stuck playing the piano. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here. What if the cupboard was blocking the window? And then it would be a lie that Gavin was watching from outside. Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Yup, as I thought. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. See? I'm not as sleepy as before. Now my brain's cooking. The gears in my brain are starting to turn. This is still not peak Attorney Reine, but it's cooking. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? Nah. What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh dang! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? It's this one. Because there's no way he was watching from there. About this cupboard, are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Yeah, like, as they say, you know, there's a little window, but nobody uses it anymore, pretty much. Ah, that's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly, where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the BBC. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What? Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know what you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. Yeah. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I kind of suspected that because... I mean, not really suspected. That's kind of what I was thinking about. Because otherwise... Where'd the... because otherwise, the extra person is just standing there the whole time and nobody's, like, paying mind. What, does he have the invisibility cloak or whatever? I was, yeah... And anyways, enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like Guard Killer. Pain's just like, this is not happening. You see where a line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. I would rather have, I would actually prefer the argument that the defense was sticking to the ceiling the whole time and then dropped down from the, you know, from the cupboard. I like that better, but I don't think it's doable here. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. Yeah, like Spider-Man, that's what I was thinking. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Sorry, what did he say? Yes. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. He's not saying anything. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with Destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. And the chance came, and he took it. Ow! Woo! Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Yeah, this is the moment where Olga was bonk. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. And then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. And then, so because he realized, and it's like, yo, who's there? And bonk! The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. Yeah. So it really was the cabinet was a secret door thingy. But having a glass cabinet as a secret door thingy is so weird. Oh well. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the crime, the whole story. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. ... Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne! Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Oh, are we done? Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But his hair is intact! Where's the balding Payne scene? But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes, the fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. Yeah. The court, in this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. Herm! See how the codfish squirms to the last? Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah, just like what? Yeah, it doesn't even match. Look, like the bottle here is not even the same one. There's no lid. This one has a lid. Excuse me. What? It's empty though. No cards either. And it's clear. Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court, in this case, demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the courts. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are outside? There was this. He was holding these, like, I don't know. What if he was like holding these? So the thing is, what do I present? So what do I present? Here, this one, I would say. Yeah. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? It's this one. He was grabbing a bottle with this, from this posture. Yeah. I would say it's this.
Take that!
Oh my god, I'm praying. Okay, nice. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor, next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes. Now, reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Ah! See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. Shoo! Just did it. With your fingers upside down. Wash, 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 wash. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoff. I was drinking my usual juice then too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. Yeah, we established that. It was replaced. It was switched. I mean, we established that in the chat, like not actually in court. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Yes, there is proof! There is actually proof, and it's documented in the photo. As I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. Oh, okay, we're gonna refer to that? Alright. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the board. Ah, he's gonna try to find the switched bottles. And here's one of the bottles in question. It has a lid? Come on. Huh, what? Are you gonna dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. This bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yeah? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me, Mr. Wright. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. Can we do that yet? No. What? It's some bottle. Yep. Oh, this one has a card. There's something inside the bottle. Oh, so the lidless bottle was just, it was just the victim's card. It has nothing to do with it. Oh well. What's this? So we suspected the right thing, but for the wrong reason. What's this? That card! It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindling devochka. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. The planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planet card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Oh yeah, it was right beside him, so that other bottle was the victim's. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Uh-oh, what's going on? Oh no, the borscht! Oh no, the lobster has an X as his eyes. That is all. Shh. Sheesh. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Eh? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? Wait, he's not balding? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about it. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Damn, now that he's a... So I think the problem is with his looks, you know. He looks like this and now the judge respects him. Everybody respects him. I think the problem was his looks. He should have just shown up to court like this every day. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. I thought he was gonna... I thought that read lover. But maybe that's just wishful thinking. Spicy revenge with a lot of tension. That's for the fanfictions, though. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice, which is Apollo, it's in his name. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo? Him or just any defense attorney? Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. What's AO3? It's a fanfiction website. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it. This seems like a good time to announce the verdict. Whoa! Payne gets to keep his hair? This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? Not guilty. I think it's like Wright is just like Mia in a lot of ways. You know, Mia used to look as naive as Wright in her beginning in the beginning of her career, and Wright was like that also, but then as they aged, sort of, they gained that charisma and gained that riz, as they say. And Wright was like that as well. Now everybody respects him, you know? Court is adjourned. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity that I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Yeah, like, at the beginning, you know, during our games, right? Definitely can't tell, but I guess off-screen, he developed that ability, you know, to be able to, you know, sense, tells. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. But he, even though he's a rookie, he can immediately sense that, and that means it's a special gift. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. You say you saw the moment that... Yeah, is this true? Of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right? Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. I think it might be revealed later on. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait. You don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Hmm? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testify! You said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. He did, technically, yeah. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Yeah, like he said, you know, he's been kind of making us assume things, but he said in the middle of testifying that he has not told any lies. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Yeah, well, we'll find out eventually. Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. speaking of which, I may be out for a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me? Ooh! Are we doing law again? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. No, at the BBC, I need a new dealer. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. What trial? And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Yeah, I wonder what happened. But I guess we'll find out later. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. It's the cards. Or the... Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. This! I think this was it. Definitely. Because I think... His badge, of course! Of course it's his badge!
Take that!
Yeah, that's why I think Gavin was really shocked. Because I think he's like, wait, I didn't see any of that. But then, if he said that, you know, that's why he can only say, well, it's gonna be fake, it's gonna be fake. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yep, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place? Luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Yeah, sure. He definitely knows that it's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim he was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. He's so pissed off. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Well, Apollo, that's why he's not an attorney anymore. Who's calling themselves an attorney? Apollo? He's just the defendant today. So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. Oof. Where? It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Oh, an uppercut. That's really flashy. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. The uppercut of justice. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. That's crazy. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea. They were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law. And this is how my story begins. And... nice! Yay! Okay! That's a very good first stream, and this, 4 hours-ish. Like around 3.5 hours for the first case. That's not bad at all. I enjoyed this case. Very, very, very good. I don't sound sleepy anymore. Well, I'm still kind of a little bit, but, it's better, but I'm still a little bit sleepy. I wouldn't really continue right now. I'm ready to stop. What do I think about the first case? It's great. A really good first case. We get to see Rizzler Phoenix. We get to see Apollo go through his rites of passage, having his mentor taken away. Awesome. Not awesome, actually, but that's how he that's how character development happens, I guess. And then we see the baby daughter, and I feel like we're gonna see her a lot more after this. I still have no idea how the future cases will be, but we're still curious about, the whole motive, why Gavin did that, and yeah, who's this shady person, what is going on actually. I love how it felt like the first case of the third game, in which we were just like, oh my god, it's just a dorky Phoenix and his abusive evil girlfriend, murderess also, but it turns out there's just something deeper, and the story slowly unfolds, and then wham, fourth and fifth case, So I'm curious if that's gonna be the case with this one also, but we'll see. I'll just enjoy the game as it, reveals itself to us. We're just gonna play it as normal, and yeah. And Judge has more respect. I think it's also just because Apollo's not really... I feel like Apollo's kind of better than Phoenix. For, comparing the two's first trials. And Apollo's case is even worse, because what the hell is this? He's more serious. I feel like Phoenix is more like, panicky. I mean, Apollo's kind of more panicky, but also, maybe because I'm sleepy, I don't really see it that much, in this first case. But maybe in the second case. I'm not sure. Yeah. And what else? For first impression of this, Steam version of the game, I am very in love with the graphics. A definite step up from the previous game, which I guess it makes sense. Even the original version of the Phoenix Wright is from Game Boy Advance, right? And this was made on the DS, for the DS. And I think even then they have to remaster the images, right? So they would look good HD. And I think they look very good. The art style, I love it. The little details, the whole animations, the way the judge blinks. I mean, you saw my reaction and stuff. And even the start screen looks very polished, a definite major step up. The whole choosing game, everything was so flashy in a good way. And of course, not to forget, we now have the history function, the log, which is like, you see me several times. I feel like if I was playing the first trilogy, it would be like, I wouldn't be able to solve this case, because multiple times I was like, wait, what was he saying? Because I was just like, my brain's just sleeping. Log is a very nice addition, so I'm very grateful for that. And yeah, right now, my impression about the character, Apollo, I like him. I barely see him. He seems funny. I feel like, I don't know why, but I have a feeling he has a younger energy compared to Phoenix, but I don't know. He's silly, but I kind of feel like he doesn't have the same vibes as him, which is also refreshing. But also, I don't know why. He has this more childish vibe. Yeah, seems hyper. Kind of, yeah. Kind of zoomer energy. Yeah. That's what I'm kind of getting from him. He has a little bit of a zoomer energy. But I think it's also because you see him and then you see really old Phoenix. So that image just kind of stays there as well. And I think it's also his hairstyle and his build. His build, sorry. He's just smaller, I guess. Give Apollo a chance, you like him. I'm not saying I don't like him. I'm just saying, there's a difference between, the first impression I got when I see Wright for the first time versus when I see him for the first time in court, Really old. Isn't he like 30? Like 33, I think? Yeah. A word about pain? Still shocked that he didn't lose his hair, but a welcome change. Also, in this case, I feel for him. It was like, what is going on? It's definitely it's a fresh, nice, if you could call it development. I kind of enjoyed how he is in this case. Yeah. I feel for him as the EP being right now. Yeah. Uh-huh. Pain didn't even lose. Yeah, the point is, okay, I guess, yeah. He only loses his hair when we kind of do a big rebuttal on his argument. He's like, like a take that, this is on my final blow. And it's like, whoo, his hair gets blown out. But in here, he's not even relevant. He's just like standing there doing nothing. Well, it's just a war between Gavin and Phoenix. And to be fair, we really weren't doing that much either. So it's kind of like the two of us we were bystanders, although we're not having it as bad as Pain. And that's why he gets to keep his hair, because he wasn't really being attacked. It was just a direct confrontation, fight between Phoenix and Kristoff. Yeah. Cool. He's in pain, but at least he gets to keep his hair for now. I'm very excited for the next case. Yeah, I'm very excited actually. Hopefully, yeah, we'll be able to play normally next week, I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure, hopefully, very, very hopefully, I won't be as tired or sleepy. And yes. You won't start it tonight? No. Oh, I'm at my limit for sure. I think it's a mix of, I don't know. Just Persona, plus morning stream, plus errands, plus Apollo Justice on top of no sleep. So it's just like, this is like the final stretch. And I'm just like, okay, I gotta go, I gotta sleep now. But I'm gonna be sleeping good today. And I think maybe we can read the super chats before the beginning. I mean, like literally right now, okay? I'm gonna switch the screen, actually. Oh my goodness, it's bright out. Okay, it's no longer bright out. Thank you. Don't stay up reading fanfics. I mean, what was I supposed to do? I couldn't sleep. Yeah, okay. Well, that was good. I enjoyed that, actually. Alright, let's read the super chats. Da-dum, da-da-dum, da-dum, da-da-dum. What did you read? Persona 3 fanfics. Because I was like, aw, I still want Persona. I can't wait for next Persona. Yay, we outslot the shadows. Thank you so much for the Akaspa. It was a long process and it took a lot of trials to get here, but finally Reine has been brought to justice. PvP? No, nothing like that. I like the argument, the tension, you know. I prefer emotional conflicts and stuff like that. Like, ooh, and then it just fills you with angst and like, oh, I can't sleep. Anyways, we have Thomas, the Gintama guy. How are you rating? Me? I'm fine. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. We're all in the mood for a turnabout and you've got us feeling alright. Should I sing this in a certain melody? I'm not sure, but thank you so much. So PvP? No, not PvP. Hold on. I gotta say though, there's a difference. I'm pretty sure there's a difference between the fics that were made DMCA. That's a Billy Joel song, okay. There's a different genre of fiction. It's just like you can check out the tags. You can scroll and you can check out the tags and check out the description, and then you can sense this fic was made for a certain demographic, and another fic, this is made for a different demographic. It's really funny because I feel like Persona just caters to a very different kinds of people. There's a different people, you know, who prefer different things, and it's just like you read a fic, you read the tags, and you're like, okay, this is for demography A. And then you read another synopsis and other tags. This is for demography B. Awesome. Like, I know what you're into. I know what the person who commissioned this is into. I see. Oh, man. Yeah, but that's what's amazing about it, actually. I think when I read fan fiction of a certain series I like, it usually caters to a more narrow type of people, you know. But Persona is such a big game, a lot of different types of people like it. So in the fanfic pool, there's all sorts of things. Yes. So yeah. Mitsuru's foot slowly inflated to 5 times its size. Oh my god! No, help. What does it mean if your demographic is MC and FemC? You're into self-cest, I guess? Or something along that line. You have to be careful about spoilers for plot-heavy game, though. Yeah, I know. That's why I want to make sure, you know, because I want to make sure I only read certain types. Either like AUs or like aged up or like stuff like that, or just stuff where it's like obviously set in the middle of the game that has no relation to the main storyline or something. Yeah, aged up. Yeah, so they can drink. Glug glug glug. I think people take it seriously, you know, like, oh, you can't write teenagers drinking because that means you condone underage drinking, right? Some authors even puts custom tags like "No Danganronpa spoilers" in caps. Yeah, to invite people who hasn't finished the game to read it. You know, usually I try to finish a game before I really check the fanfics, but Persona games are just so long, okay? What, like I can only check the fanfiction after, 30 weeks? 30 weeks? Anyways, let's continue. We have Anton M. Wow, Nick actually became a Gopnik. Wait, enlighten me. What's a Gopnik? I hear that a lot, but I seem to always forget what it means. We have X-Bred Dog. What did I just skip into? Get it? Because I'm a pebble? Why is your boy Phoenix a hobo? A hard base. A Russian delinquent. The stereotype with, the stereotype with the squatting and the hard base and the Adidas? Does this mean the Yakuza Ace Attorney video made by Butter is canon? Wait. I don't know about this video. I should check it out. I'm very much aware of that one. Okay. We have blue supers. Oh yeah, I went AFK for a bit. We have Sloth of Shadows, Asterisk, JC2, Nicholas M, Thaddeus, Sipley. Thank you so much. We have Sloth Shadows. If the Borscht Pool Club, sorry, my head just automatically converts it. Published a flyer with their upcoming events, it would be BBC News. That's true. That's true. We have Anton M. Thank you so much for the Akaspa Borscht colored supa. Let's go! I love it. It's the lobster. You're representing the lobster. We have Yenwei. Iris did talk about having a secret. What if she wasn't just talking about pretending to be Dahlia? What would she be talking about otherwise? I'm sorry, I'm just like too no brain at the moment. But anyways. Oh, actually, this case makes me wanna eat at a Russia restaurant. Like Borscht restaurant. I don't think we have any nearby. Does that mean we have to make it at home? Alright. Kinda hard to find. Tomatoey delicious soup. I'm gonna try to look for some recipes and see if I can make one myself, if it's doable. Yum! We have Elsie Lapin. This was the case that made me look up what borscht was. A sweet and sour soup made with meat stock and vegetables, usually beets. Kind of want to try it now. Me too. That's what I just said. We have Anton M. A blonde girl with red bandana insisting that she's not cute. Okay, Ella. I mean, Olga. I see the color scheme resemblance, yeah. She needs to be real tall, though. She needs to be 173. We have Elsie Lapin. Wait, so super chats go straight into ratings. Ratings what? My what? I wonder. We have No Punchman. Imagine being the defendant and accusing your own attorney of committing the crime. I know, it's crazy. It's a crazy first case, but I guess we've been through Ace Attorney 1, 2, 3. You know, we kind of have to up the ante every single time, right? I wonder how crazy. I wonder how crazy the final cases, like the final cases, are gonna be. Pretty tame for AA, TBH. For real? We have Ace the Immortal. My loyalty is to the truth, to justice. Apollo Justice. Yum. We have Sloth of Shadows. I keep saying yum because now I keep thinking of the borscht. We have Sloth of Shadows. Apollo had to lose his mentor somehow, so Kristoff was either gonna get murdered or be a murderer. He chose the latter. I have some leftover gyoza actually. I'm a little bit hungry, so I'm gonna eat like a few pieces and then I'm gonna, I don't know, get ready for bed, I feel like, after this. We have Anton M. Apollo didn't lose his mentor, he just found a better one. Yeah, like I said, you know, it's a rite of passage. You have to lose your mentor somehow. I mean, I guess not Phoenix. It's Gavin in this case. Don't eat before sleeping. Oh my god, you're right. But last night, I slept without eating dinner, so I have to eat dinner today. We have Ferdinand Yonatan. Apollo jadi tikus kejepit antara Wright and Kristoff. Nice. It's the last game. Maybe Phoenix dies. Maybe he dies. I don't know. We have Anton M. Maybe the 4th, 5th, and 6th person was Matryoshka. Yeah, at the dinner photo, there was Matryoshka at the back. You never know. We have Tapet. Dang, Judge is more competent than entire Trilogy. Yeah, of course. I guess it's because his illustration is upgraded and his brain cells is also upgraded together. We have Sloth of Shadows. Now he's at our side, our true mentor, our guiding phoenix. Damn. I like his rugged look. It's badass. It has Riz. But I bet he doesn't shower as often, so I think he needs to shower a little bit more. He looks like he doesn't shower. He looks like he showers like 3 times a week. We have Thaddeus based. We have a lot of shadows. Between Gavin and Goto, we've learned an important lesson. Chunis make bad criminals. Just listen to the poetic Chuni monologue they can't resist doing, and you'll find evidence against them. 3 times as low? I'm not really sure. I would say that it is low. Because even during winter at Pifao Land, you know, I still shower every day. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people just don't sweat, period. I feel like if you just don't sweat or you don't smell or you don't whatever, you don't get itchy or whatever, then okay, fine. You know. But if you need to, please shower. If you don't need to, then maybe fine. シャワーは毎日かな Yeah, and then I think especially if you live in a hot place all year round, like ID, it's definitely mandatory to shower every day. And sometimes there's a saying, you know, like these days I'm sure like most people shower once per day or something, but if you need to, and it's totally logical to shower twice a day, because if you go outside, you're sweaty, you're dirty, you will need to shower once you get back. Otherwise, it's just kind of you know? Yes. If you live in sea, you'll feel like you want to shower 5 times a day. Yeah, oh my gosh. I feel ya. And it's like, I'm really a hot bath type of person. But back when I had to go outside a lot, you know? Back when I had to go outside a lot, in the summer, it's crazy because suddenly, I don't want hot baths anymore. Cold showers every time. It's crazy. Like only in the summer, you know. But here, it's cold indoors, so normally I still take hot showers here. Yeah. There was a time where insulation was just kind of you know, and so even when it's inside, well, I guess it's still kind of cold inside, but not as cold as here. So that's why it's cold shower, cold shower, cold shower. I don't do that anymore though. I'm safe here. I can have hot shower. Shower is for keeping the stink off. Bath is for relaxing. Normally, if I want to take a bath, shower first to clean up, and then after that, just take a bath. I don't know, and like use your phone or watch something in the bath. Eat ice cream in the bath. We'll do whatever you want. Bath is like more of a leisure activity, I feel like, rather than trying to actively clean yourself. Where were we? Yep, we have 30 space. Thank you. We have Slaughter Shadows. Between Gavin and Goto, we learned an important lesson. Chunis make bad criminals. Just listen to the poetic Chuni monologue they can't resist doing, and you'll find evidence against them. You know, just like, you know, the mouth just keeps running, you know, without thinking. Really cold shower to see your life flashing before your eyes. It happens to quite a few times. Oof. Like in the waterfall, like the spirit medium training. I've actually never bathed in a waterfall. I mean, showered in a waterfall. And I don't know if I want to do it. But maybe if I get friends who want to do it with me, then maybe, you know, if they're okay with it, then maybe there's no reason for me to refuse. Yeah. Yeah, the blue thing was so unnecessary. He just can't resist, you know. I gotta, you know, spit some bars. Even if that gets me behind bars or something. Whatever. The small punches. Oh, yeah, so like the water hitting your back or something. Like, hati-hati selendangnya dicolong kalau mandi di air terjun. Ya ampun, ya udah kalau gitu ke air terjunnya telanjang aja. Anyways, we have Violet Gelato. A Phoenix gained 10 plus 10 savageness and Riz since leaving law. Thanks for the stream, Reine. What's the moral takeaway here? Leave the law? Don't follow the law? What? Well, I never said that. We have Slala Shadow. Thanks for the stream. Even if you're not thinking at all, you're still a formidable legal mind. Have a good day off tomorrow, and tonight may you sleep the sleep of the just. Thank you so much. Yeah, tomorrow no stream because actually I still have to go outside tomorrow. I'm so busy. PFL business have been really busy these days, but I mean it's fine, you know. Being busy means it's good. Work is flowing good, you know. If you're busy, take the positives. We have Rosenia. Phoenix and Apollo walked into a bar. Phoenix said, "I'll have the grape juice and a set of poker cards, please." And you, Apollo? I'll have justice. Thank you. I hope it's not 8 a.m. Oh, don't worry. No. It's definitely not 8 a.m. Oh. I mean, under normal circumstances, waking at 8 a.m. can feel pretty good because at some point, I told you guys I had to take some classes and stuff. And these classes, they start as early as 8 a.m. and sometimes even 6 a.m. So at some point, remember when I've always started night streams at 8 p.m.? Because by 12 a.m. I would already be so sleepy because I wake up early every day. Yeah. But yeah, now that phase of my life is a little bit is over, sort of. I just have PFL business, but it's just yeah, it's not as bad. Waking up early wise. 6 a.m. classes, that could never be me. Yeah. I mean, sometimes we wish we can choose, but sometimes we can't, you know. We can't always have everything that we want. Sad. That's what the red button is for. And yeah, that means, you know, that's what the red button is for. Will you press it or will you not? Hi! I think let's refresh just to see if we missed anything. Nope. It doesn't seem like we missed anything. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking, you know, through all of this. First case of Apollo Justice. I'm very, very happy we could experience this together. I'm very excited for the next case, actually. I don't even know what it's gonna be called. We didn't really... Usually we peek at the next case, right? But I feel like this first case is long enough. And it's good to leave off right where the case ends so we can start with a fresh mind. Okay? And yes, next week what I can say is that we will be playing what's decided is definitely the usual Persona, Ace Attorney, and then we are going to be playing Puppy Playtime Chapter 3. So those are the 3 things that are definite, and we're going to have Yabe because we technically skipped this week, and we're also going to have membership because we didn't have membership this week. So yeah, thanks guys. Sounds fun. And also next week there's gonna be a collaboration. I think I forgot who's in it, but at least some ID we'll have some ID girls, and I'm not sure who else will be there. Yep. Yeah. Thank you. Alright. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody. Terima kasih perhatiannya. Thank you very much for your attention. March is a big month, actually. It's gonna be another anniversary for our membership, actually. So yeah, gotta think of what we want to do, right? Yeah, so if you guys want to join the fun, be sure to join the royalty. Just easy, 3 simple clicks. I actually don't know how many clicks it takes right now. At the moment, maybe they changed it, but you know, yeah, very easy. Salam merakyat, everybody. Terima kasih perhatiannya. Thank you guys for your attention. I'll be zzz, and you guys better rest or have fun with your activities. Oh, thank you for the gifts. Yay! To the lucky people, you guys will be able to join next week. Bye bye, everybody. Choo.